Silence, please all stand. This Coroners Court is now sitting.
Good morning.
Your Honour, before I call the next witness, Janet Oldenburg, can I just correct a matter from yesterday? Your Honour will recall that I indicated to Your Honour that the statement of Jeanette Gaffney Bowen may have been dated the 3rd of November 2021. I was wrong. The statement of Jeanette Gaffney Bowen was commenced on the 3rd of November 2020, and I'm instructed that investigators attended her home and made some minor corrections to the original statement, and it was signed by Ms Gaffney Bowen on the 11th of January 2022.
Ah, okay, thank you. Mr Castleton.
Your Honour, Ms Oldenburg has joined the virtual courtroom. I'm instructed that there may be some delays because of issues relating to technology, and we'll do our very best to overcome those throughout the course of this morning. If it's appropriate, Your Honour, could Ms Oldenburg be called?
Yes. Ms Oldenburg, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you see and hear us clearly?
Yes, thank you at the moment, yeah.
Yes. Oh, thanks for making yourself available. The court officer now will just ask if you take an oath or an affirmation.
Affirmation, yeah, right.
Which
Do I have to stand up?
No, you can remain seated, thank you. If you just listen to the court officer now.
You can hear me clearly, Ms Oldenburg?
Yes, thank you.
Are you prepared to take an oath or prefer an affirmation? Do you believe in the Bible at all to take an oath? Otherwise...
Sorry? Otherwise what, sorry?
I'll administer you the affirmation.
Just an affirmation will be fine, I don't mind.
Yes, okay. Will do. Silence, please. Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Please say, I do.
I do.
Thank you, Ms Oldenburg. Yes, Mr Castleton.
Would you please state your full name?
Janet Teresa Oldenburg.
Ms Oldenburg, did you provide to New South Wales Police on the 13th of January 2000 a statement in relation to a man known to you as Rick West or Richard?
Yes.
Do you have a copy of your statement with you this morning?
I do.
Have you read your statement recently?
I'm sorry, you got cut out there.
Have you read your statement
Have
recently?
I?
Read your statement?
Yeah.
Recently?
I've read my statement, yeah.
Are there any matters contained within your statement that you wish to correct this morning?
About the way I worded back then the Look, I'll just have to get I think. Yeah, it's
What I'm interested in knowing...
yeah, it was about the when I said passports issued, and the day prior we went to the camera house to get the photos done. So the passports were not issued at that stage. So that was bad wording.
When we come to that part, I'll endeavour to have you clarify what you've just said just now. Apart from that matter, are there any other issues that you wish to raise in relation to your statement, or is it otherwise true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge and belief?
I was the rest of it true and to my knowledge. I'm correct.
Throughout your statement, Ms Oldenburg, you have referred to specific dates. At the time that you came to make this statement, did you have access to any notes or diaries to assist you in the preparation of your statement?
Well, before the policeman came to my house, I wrote down everything that was said and where we went. But it was fresh in my mind at the time. And then went to the and it was printed, typed.
When you wrote everything down, did you have access to any diary or notes that you had recorded in relation to your interactions with Rick?
Not quite understanding that, but only what I wrote at the time. I didn't sort of have it in a diary or anything like that, so.
Ms Oldenburg, can I ask you where you were born?
England.
And when did you come to Australia?
1963, February. We arrived March 19 into Australia.
I lost part of that last answer. March of what year?
March 1963.
And to your understanding, when were you born?
Where?
When?
Yeah, I was born in... Where I was born.
What is your date of birth, to your understanding?
Oh, sorry. 24th of the 10th, 1948. Excuse me.
In your statement, you have indicated that you went through a marriage separation from your husband in May of 1998. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And in May of 1998, where were you living?
At 260 the Gap Road, Woodburn, New South Wales.
And was that a property on acreage?
Yes, at 28 acres.
And doing the best you can today, how far out of town was that property?
About 7 kilometres. It's along the highway, and by the time you got to the property, it would make it about 7 kilometres approximately.
And when you resided at the property at the Gap Road near Woodburn, did you have near neighbours, or were your neighbours some distance away from your house?
Well, my neighbours, I didn't get that bit because we cut out.
You know, I'm finding this very difficult.
I wonder whether... One moment.
Yes.
With
And I understand, well, clearly the witness is having difficulty hearing me.
We're not far away.
Just one moment, please, Ms Oldenburg. We're just going to talk about some technical issues. It's just a bit difficult for us at the moment, and I'm sure it is for you. I wonder whether we could go to telephone, and I think it would be clearer and in less delay. Ms Oldenburg...
All right, I'll just put it back on.
Do you need...
It would be better if we could do it via a landline.
Well, just one... I'm going to adjourn
No,
and we'll sort it out.
Ms Oldenburg, just wait for one moment, please. I understand that Your Honour is going to shortly adjourn,
Okay.
so we
Yes.
can organise better communication.
Just adjourn briefly.
Please all stand as possible. It's now temporary. Coroners Court solution.
Ms Oldenburg, can you hear me clearly?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
I was asking before the short adjournment whether your nearest neighbours were in close proximity to your house at the Gap Road, Woodburn, or whether they were some distance away from your house.
In reasonably close proximity, I'd say maybe one neighbour could be 2 kilometres away, another one 1 kilometre, so if that helps.
Thank you.
It's various.
And was this property that you resided at near Woodburn some distance from a main road?
About a couple of kilometres, yes.
would you describe it as a secluded property?
Reasonably. It's hard to describe really. I did have neighbours across our road. They were the only two in close proximity. I'm just trying to think. Sorry, would you mind repeating that question? I'm probably not answering it right here.
Right.
Just about neighbours.
Just take your time. Just take your time, please. If you don't understand my question, please don't hesitate to let her on a no.
Okay.
And I will rephrase the question.
Thank you.
Make it easier for you to understand.
Okay.
You mentioned a moment ago your nearest neighbours living across the road.
Yes, there were two neighbours there, yes.
Were those neighbours approximately 1 kilometre from your house?
No. Oh, no. Less than that.
The reason I nominated 1 kilometre, you said before that neighbours were 1 and 2 kilometres away. How far were these neighbours who lived across the road from your house?
About never thought of it that way. About half a kilometre, I suppose. Half a kilometre. It's quite close.
And after your separation with your husband, how long did you remain living in the property near Woodburn? Another way to put the question is
about 4 years. About three to 4 years.
That would place you leaving that property around 2001 or 2002?
2002 it was, yes.
Thank you. Throughout 1999, you resided at this property near Woodburn, I take it?
Yes.
And when you were married to your husband, prior to your separation in May of 1998, did your husband have an interest in collecting historic coins?
Prior to that, yes, for years.
And what was your husband's name?
Michael John Oldenburg.
And did he go by the name Michael or Mike or Mick or a combination?
Mike or Michael.
And through your husband's interest in collecting historic coins, did you come to meet a man known as Rick through your husband's coin collecting circles?
Yes.
And doing the best you can today, are you able to say approximately what year you met this gentleman known as Rick through your husband's coin collecting circles?
Probably, well, approximately, I can't say exactly, but it was about probably 96, around about 1996.
And in that period from 1996 to when you separated with your husband in May of 1998, where did your husband's coin collecting interest take him to? Were there particular towns or cities that he would frequent in relation to his interest in coin collecting?
Well, mostly at the coin auction in Ballina.
And what was the coin auction in Ballina?
That was held at the RSL in a convention room.
And how often, to your recollection, were there coin auctions held at Ballina at the local RSL?
How often? I'm not quite sure. It was probably once every couple of months or something like that. I can't say exactly. Sorry.
And was it at these coin auctions in Ballina that you came to meet a man known as Rick?
Yes.
And did you know Rick's last name?
At that time, it was Rick West.
And do you know what Rick West's interest was in relation to coins during that period of time that you came to meet him?
Sorry, you might have to sort of go through that one. I'm trying to think on what that was. Yeah, sorry, if you wouldn't mind repeating that.
Do you know whether Rick West was a dealer in coins or a collector of coins?
I didn't know at that time whether he was a dealer or a collector. So I don't know.
On these occasions that
I think. Oh,
you
sorry.
met, on these occasions that you met Rick West at the coin auctions in Ballina, what, from your observations, was he doing there?
I never saw him bidding or dealing at the auctions.
Do you know whether your husband Michael purchased any coins from Rick West at these coin auctions in Ballina?
Well, he did buy some coins, but I didn't see what they was, and I didn't take any notice because it was Mike's business on that. Didn't place too much interest in it, so.
Do you know whether your husband ever bought any coins from Germany from Rick West or not?
I don't recall. I can't say yay or nay.
In June of 1999, did you receive a telephone call from Rick West?
Yes.
Before you received that telephone call, doing the best you can, when was the last time that you had spoken to him prior to June of 1999?
I never, just to say hello when we went to Ferry's shop, well, or at the auction, say hello. That's about all.
Well, listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
I understood your evidence that you separated from your husband in May of 1998.
Yes.
Thereafter, did you continue to go to coin auctions at Ballina or not?
No.
My question was, between May of 1998, when you separated from your husband, until June of 1999, about a 12-month period, had you had any contact with Rick West in that period of time?
No, not until June 1999. No, I haven't had any contact with him then.
And prior to June of 1999, had Rick West ever contacted you previously by telephone at your residence near Woodburn?
No.
And when Mr. West contacted you on June of 1999 by telephone, did he say to you words to the following effect: "You're a very nice person and I don't like what's being done to you," to which you replied, "Has this got anything to do with Mike?" To which Rick West responded, "Yes, it's about your settlement." To which you said, "What about it?" And Mr. West said, "I'd like to tell you over a cup of coffee somewhere and talk about it. I'm going to Sydney 2 weeks, and when I come back, I will ring you. There's something going on with Mike and Barry."
Yes.
Is that a true account of your recollection of what was said in that telephone conversation with Mr. West in June of 1999?
Yes.
In June of 1999, were you in a relationship with any person?
No.
Did you consider yourself a single woman?
Yes.
At this stage, you've recorded in your statement that you had 2 sons. Is that
Yes.
correct?
That's correct.
Were your sons living with you in June of 1999?
No.
And did they live nearby or not?
No.
And by this stage, were they in their 20s?
Yes.
Now, do you remember anything else that was exchanged in that telephone conversation with Rick West in June of 1999?
No, just what you said to begin with.
In June of 1999, were you in the midst of a property settlement with your former husband, Michael, or Mike?
It was in the processes.
And how would you describe the negotiations in relation to a financial separation with your husband at that point in time?
No.
Was it? Mm-hmm. Sorry, I cut you off, Ms. Oldenburg. Please go on.
Oh, sorry. It was still in the processes between the 2 solicitors of sorting out. Nothing had concrete. I hadn't finished. So it was in the processes.
Was it a pleasant or unpleasant separation, in your opinion?
Unpleasant.
You state in your statement following that telephone conversation with Rick West that you presumed that there was something going on between Mike, that is your husband, and Barry Cooper. You state Mr. Cooper was a book exchange auctioneer in Ballina.
Mm-hmm.
You then go on to record in your statement, "I was very suspicious of Rick at that stage because I believed he may be linked to Mick, and during our separation things were in the hands of solicitors and were not pleasant."
That's right.
You then record, "Rick didn't contact me for 2 weeks." And then you say, "About early October 1999, Rick rang me again." Can I just ask you this, please, Ms. Oldenburg? Mm-hmm. Did you have any contact with Rick West between June of 1999 and early October 1999? Or was it, as you have reported, one phone call in June of 1999 and then a subsequent phone call in early October 1999.
Just that that phone call, and then nothing till October. That I didn't sort of get a phone call after his trip, so I didn't pay any more attention to it. And I had to go to Adelaide in about late August, and I was over there for a few weeks because of my father's heart operation. I had to help him. So that's where that gap is.
And that may be a gap of somewhere between 3 and 4 months. Do you accept that?
Yes.
When you received the second telephone call in early October of 1999, did Rick West say to you the following: "I've got a proposal for you. I'm looking for a partner for my business," to which you responded, "I haven't got any money to put into a business," to which he said, "No, I'm looking for a partner to help with my business. Can we talk about it over a coffee?"
Yes.
Now, apart from that record contained within your system, do you remember anything else today in relation to the telephone conversation you had with Rick West in early October 1999?
Could you just say that again? I'm just lost it there for a minute.
Do you remember anything else that was said in your telephone conversation with Rick West in early October 1999 or not?
Oh, I don't recall at this stage. Just about the business and looking up his emails, having a computer at my place, and taking orders from customers and stuff.
Did you have a contact number for Rick West?
No.
Did you ever have a contact number for Rick West?
No.
Was it the position that he always contacted you?
Yes.
And do you know whether he had a mobile telephone or not?
No, I don't. No, I never saw one.
Now, you record in your statement that the following day you met Rick West at Evans Head. Whose suggestion was it to meet at Evans Head?
Well, I suggested Evans Head.
By this stage, did you know where Rick West lived?
No, not at that stage.
And at Evans Head, where did you meet Rick West?
Is it outside a cafe?
And did Mr. West run through the business proposal with you at this meeting?
No, as far as I can recall, no.
Well, can I take you, please, to paragraph 11 of your statement? You say this.
I might just... What was it, page 11?
Paragraph 11, page number 3.
Oh, I might have, yeah. To try and think on that. Page 11. Page number 11. What was it? Did you
Paragraph,
say? Which
paragraph on page 3.
Oh, sorry. Oh, I see.
No.
Yeah, yes, he did.
Does that refresh your memory
Yes,
that Mr. West ran through with you at that meeting
Yes.
and said
yes.
his business proposal?
Yep,
And
yep,
earlier in evidence this morning
yes.
that basically he wanted you to have his computer and his fax machine at his place.
At my place, yeah. He said he yeah, sorry.
Go on, what did he say?
Sorry, it just said it, yes, he said it was at my place. He wanted all the stuff and he was going to teach me how to use a computer because I knew nothing about it.
And when you refer to stuff, are you referring to a computer and a fax
Oh,
machine?
yes. Yeah, computer, fax machine, yeah.
And
Look at his emails, yeah.
what role or responsibility were you to have as part of this business proposal?
He wanted me to look at his emails, take orders for coins and post them off and generally take all, yeah, so that.
And did he say to you why he wanted you to do this on his behalf?
No. Oh, yes, he wanted to help me out because of my predicament and everything, and he just wanted to give me some work. And I knew there was money in coins and things anyway, so... And also go down to Sydney and do some bidding for him at coin auctions.
What was the predicament to which you referred a moment ago that you were in?
Because I didn't have any money.
Were you working at this time?
No.
How would you, at this point in time, describe your financial position?
My financial position was just no money coming in. And I beg your pardon. I did have a little bit of social security, very minimal. So that was a difficult time.
And during your marriage to Michael, did you work or was Michael the primary breadwinner for the family?
He was the primary breadwinner, yeah.
And after your separation from Michael in May of 1998, did you work after that point in time or not?
No.
And was your sole form of income through social security payments?
My sole income after Mike was the sole money I got. That's all I had.
And go on, please.
I was just going to say, because it's only very minimal, budget hard, pay the bills. So it was a very difficult time.
And at this stage, this is at the time of your meeting with Rick West at Evans Head. Is this before the family home had been transferred solely into your name following the financial settlement with Michael, your former husband?
the settlement, the settlement finished that year in the September, so it was prior to the meeting, I think in Evans Head.
To assist you with your recollection, if I may, Ms Oldenburg, in paragraph 5, running through to page 2, you record that on the 15th of October 1999, you were granted sole ownership of the property that you shared with your husband. Does that assist your recollection today?
Because I know it all finished up with the solicitors on the September when I was over in Adelaide. And so that was granted.
Could there have been a delay in the transfer from either your husband as the sole registered proprietor or you as joint tenants or tenants in common have taken some time, and that the transfer into your sole name occurred as you have recorded in paragraph 5 on the 15th of October 1999?
Yes, so it finished up in the September, and then I was granted, I got sole ownership in October,
Now, as part of the financial settlement with your husband, apart from receiving the property solely in your name, did you receive any other items or money as part of that financial settlement?
He did. There was a $5,000 that he sent because I had to pay my solicitor, and I didn't have money to pay it. So he was an extra $5,000 for that to pay the solicitor.
And did you receive a Nissan Patrol motor vehicle as part of the settlement with your husband?
Yes.
Now, if I can return, please, to the meeting at Evans Head with Rick West. At this point in time, do I understand that you did not know where Mr. West lived?
No, I don't. I just have a... I think that was...
Ms. Oldenburg, if you don't know, please
No,
don't hesitate to say I don't know or don't remember, whatever the case may be.
I don't remember at the stage. Yeah.
Did you come to learn at some point in time following your early interactions with Mr. West where he lived or where you believed he lived?
Well, in my interactions with him, I think later he did say he lived at East Ballina.
And did you ever visit him at East Ballina?
No.
Did he ever provide to you the address of his residence at East Ballina?
No.
Returning to the business proposal by Mr. West, were you to receive an income for your efforts in relation to the coin business?
Yes. I was to, because I was working, I was going to work for him, he'd pay me.
And did you come to learn either at that meeting or afterwards that Mr. West was a coin dealer?
Yeah. Yes.
And did you understand that he would buy and sell collectible coins or historic coins or rare coins as part of his business?
Yes.
Apart from coins and the dealership of coins, did Mr. West, to your knowledge, buy and sell any other items?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did he have, from your interactions, any interest in antique furniture or not?
Not to my knowledge.
Did the business ever proceed?
No.
Did Mr. West ever leave at your house a computer or a fax machine?
No.
Did you ever take or place orders in relation to the buying or selling of coins?
No.
Shortly after your meeting with Mr. West at Evans Head, did he propose to you that you travel with him to London?
Yes.
And can I ask you please to look at paragraph 13 of your statement?
13. Oh, paragraph 13 of
Page 4.
4. Uh, 13. Yes, and what was the question again?
Do you see in paragraph 13 that you say, firstly, if you go to paragraph 12, please, Ms. Oldenburg, you say this: I considered his offer, that's the business proposal,
Yes.
and after a couple of days agreed to work with him on that basis. We spoke by telephone and he came around to my house about 3 p.m. the following Thursday.
Mm-hmm.
You then say, on that same Thursday, he asked me, would you like to come to London with me for a big coin auction later in November?
Yes. Yes.
I would enjoy the company. I will pay for all the expenses. I will pay you $5,000 after the auction in London. I'll help you out because of your predicament.
Yes.
I'm doing cataloguing for the auction. Now,
Yes.
you've recorded that conversation that occurred in October of 1999, and you recorded that in January of 2000. Apart from that, do you recall anything else about the conversation you had with Mr. West that Thursday in October 1999 following your meeting with him at Evans Head?
I can't remember what we up to. I think, oh gosh, I can't recall at this moment. No.
If you don't remember, please say so, Ms. Oldenburg.
I can't remember at the moment. Okay.
And do you know how he came to your house? Did he drive a motor vehicle, or was he dropped off by someone?
I didn't see any vehicle. I just came up to the house. I couldn't see driveway. It was a big, long, hilly driveway, and you can't see it from the house, so I didn't see any vehicle. He never parked up at the house.
And did you learn, in this interaction with Mr. West in early October of 1999, did you come to learn anything else about his employment or business interests or not?
No, just in coins.
You go on to say in paragraph, pardon me, what I missed that, I'm sorry.
Just sort of, no, that it just sold coins, as far as I know. Yeah, sorry, you might have to rephrase it. Say that again.
You record in paragraph 13 that after being offered the opportunity of a fully paid trip to London, you say this, I thought, wow, I hadn't done any work for him. There wasn't a lot more said about going to London on that day.
No.
We both chatted and found we were reasonably compatible in that we both didn't smoke or drink and seemed to be compatible. What other attributes do you recall today that led you to the belief that you were compatible?
I don't recall on anything else it was compatible with. Yeah, so no, I can't recall anything. Is that
do you recall
just that we
pardon, sorry, I'm cutting across you.
Oh no, that's all right. Just that we were compatible, but we both didn't smoke or drink. That's about all I can recall.
And in these interactions that you have described with Mr. West in early October 1999, do you have any memory of disclosing to him that the family home was to be transferred into your sole name following your financial settlement with Michael, your former husband?
I didn't mention that to him. But all I know is that no, I don't recall that. How he knows? I didn't disclose anything that I can recall about that.
Do you know by this time, early October or thereabouts in 1999, whether your former husband Michael and Rick West were in contact or not?
I don't know.
You go on to record in your statement at paragraph 14, Ms. Oldenburg, the following: over the weekend I thought about Rick a lot and became interested in him, started to have feelings for him. I didn't have anyone in my life at the time. At that point in time, how would you describe your emotional state?
Well, I just had feelings for him, or do you mean something else?
Well, did you consider yourself lonely at that point in time or not?
Yes.
Did you have concerns at that point in time about your financial position?
Oh, I did, yes.
Would you consider yourself at that point in time a vulnerable person or not?
Very vulnerable at that time, yes.
And I know this may be difficult, Ms. Oldenburg, but why did you consider yourself a vulnerable person at that time in October of 1999?
I think having a husband that he took care of everything, and then suddenly he was left. I did feel very emotional, but I was trying to get over it. But it was difficult. And I just felt very vulnerable.
At this point in time, October of 1999, were you aged about 50 or 51?
50, I think. Yeah.
And had you
51.
And had you, following the separation with your husband, found yourself for the first time having to fend, so to speak, for yourself?
Yes, I had to fend for myself, yes.
And did you find that difficult at that point in time?
Yes, I did.
And was that difficult because you were not working?
Yes. Well, that. Yeah, difficult.
And
well, I wasn't working at that time, no, and either. So.
And did you find that difficult also because, as you have said earlier, that you felt a sense of loneliness?
I did. Felt a sense of loneliness. Just trying to get over the terrible thing that's happened.
You record that on the Monday, the 18th of October, that would appear to be 3 days after the settlement of the property into your name, Rick came back around to my house and we talked generally again. It was then he asked me, do you have anyone in your life? I said no. He said, would you like to start life afresh with me somewhere else like the French Riviera?
Yes.
I said, well, actually, I started having feelings for you on the weekend. He said, well, I've had feelings for you for 3 years. Would you like to move with me to the French Riviera? Do you recall that conversation at your house?
Yes.
On the 18th of October 1999?
Yes.
Do you remember today anything else that was said between you and Rick West on that occasion?
No, I can't recall.
How did you feel when Mr. West told you that he had feelings for you and would like to start a life afresh with you somewhere such as the French Riviera?
I felt uplifted to start a new life, a new beginning.
And did that excite you?
Yes, it did.
Did that make you feel happy within yourself?
Yes.
You go on to say that was pretty much where the relationship began.
Yes.
We talked about it a couple of times. That's about moving to the French Riviera and other locations like Algeria and Spain.
Yeah, because the weather would be nice and warm, And I could have servants and things like that to look after the house, so I wouldn't have to do anything.
Apart from the French Riviera, Algeria and Spain, were any other locations suggested
No.
to you by Mr. West to start a fresh life?
He didn't say anywhere else. Just French Riviera, Algeria and Spain.
Mr. Bloom, sorry, I withdraw that. The man formerly known as Rick West, has told police investigators that there was no plan between you and he to settle in Europe. What do you say to that?
Sorry, I know because as he told me, and I just sorry, I can't believe he said that because it's true that he did say that. He's just living. It's that moving into the French Riviera and maybe to somewhere like Algeria and Spain. He was telling me all these things. Can't believe he said that.
The man formerly known as Rick West has told police investigators that there was never a question of purchasing a property overseas. What do you say to that?
That's a lie because he told me.
Did a relationship develop between you and Rick West?
Yes.
And was it a sexual relationship?
Yes.
And at the time that you commenced a romantic relationship with Rick West, what did you know of his personal circumstances?
Or how do you exactly mean personal?
Well, you told Her Honour that he lived at East Ballina.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
You've told Her Honour that he had an interest in coins or the dealing of coins.
Yes.
What other things did you know about Rick West at the time you commenced your relationship?
Right, well, when he came round to my house, I saw a document which had his, had Richard on it, and he told me it was done by Depot. He changed his name. And I also saw, he showed me a senior's card in the name of Richard and a yellow driver's license, Richard, with his photo on it. So that's the personal stuff I saw.
I'll come to that shortly. Did you know whether he was in any other romantic relationship with any person at the time you commenced a relationship with him?
I'm sorry, what, me?
Yes. Did you, for example, did you know whether or not he was married?
Oh, he was married. No, I didn't. He told me he was single.
And did you know whether he had any children from any previous relationship or not?
No.
Did he mention anything about children?
No.
Did he inform you where he was born at any time?
He did say he was born on the border of Belgium and France.
Did he tell you in which town he was born or not?
No.
And am I correct in understanding your evidence earlier, Ms Oldenburg, that he did not at any time, that is Rick West, disclose to you where he lived?
No, just East Ballina.
And that he, if I understand your evidence correctly, never provided you with a contact telephone number?
Correct.
Did he tell you who he was living with, if anyone, at East Ballina?
Oh, a few people.
He told you he was living with a few people.
Yes.
Did he describe to you the nature of any relationship between himself and those people, such as friends, family, or something else?
He said friends.
You mentioned a moment ago coming to learn that Mr West had changed his name.
Yes.
Do I understand your evidence correctly that in that period of time, from perhaps 1996, when you first met Rick West, until mid-October 1999, he was known to you as Rick West?
He was known to me as Rick West.
And did you learn that he had changed his name from Rick West to Richard Lloyd Westbury?
I saw the document with Richard Lloyd Westbury on it, and he was changing, that's when he was telling he changed his name by default to Richard.
So that I'm clear, he changed by default, to your understanding,
Yes.
the name Richard Lloyd Westbury to Richard.
Yes.
Did you question him about why it was that he was changing his name or had different names to the name that you knew him by?
No, I didn't ask him that.
Why not?
Well, people change their name by default, all the time. So I didn't pay any attention to it.
Didn't seem it strange that a person that you'd known as Rick West was also known as Richard Westbury and was now to be known as Richard?
No, I didn't really pay heed at that time.
Do you have any memory of what documents he had that verified his new name as Richard?
Oh, it was his passport. That was a bit later when we went to get the passports done. So that was all done in Richard.
Did he obtain a driver's licence? In the name R. Richard?
The driver's licence was in the name of R. Richard, and he had his photo on it. So.
And did he show you a senior's card in the name
Yes.
Richard?
Richard, yes, he did.
Apart from those three names to which you have referred, that is Rick West, Richard Lloyd Westbury, Richard, did you come to learn at any time any other names that the man known to you as Rick West went by, or not?
No.
What did you from this moment in time, mid-October 1999, call him by?
Rich, because he changed his name, so I called him Rich.
And did you continue to call him Rich until your relationship with him came to an end?
Yes.
I just want to take you forward into your statement, if I may, please, to page 6.
Mm-hmm.
To paragraph 19.
Mm-hmm.
Before I take you into that, you referred to, in an answer earlier, when I asked you some questions about Rick West's proposal for you and he to start a fresh life in the French Riviera, and you said you made reference to having paid help or servants. Do you recall that?
What, me? Paid servant?
Yes, when you were discussing moving overseas
Oh, yes.
to Algeria or Spain,
Yes.
that you made reference, and I don't have a note, but there was reference made, as I apprehended your evidence, to having servants.
Yes.
What was your understanding of Mr. West's financial position when you commenced your relationship with him?
I didn't know at that time his but he did say after we started the relationship and everything, that's when he told me about the financial side of it, of his.
Well, what did you come to learn about his financial position throughout the course of your relationship?
Oh, right. He told me that he was worth about $12 million through his coin dealings. And he also owned 20,000 acres in the Boyda with red cedar growing on it.
And did he tell you whether he owned any property?
Oh, only that about the 20,000 acres of red cedar.
Do you know whether he owned the property he lived in East Ballina with some friends or not?
I don't know. No, he didn't say anything whether he owned the property there or not.
To your knowledge, did he own a motor vehicle?
No. To my knowledge, he didn't say anything about that.
Were you sceptical that he was worth about $12 million?
No, because I sort of didn't get together with, in my mind at the time, I got together with him for the relationship, not the money. So I just brushed it off. I didn't really pay any heed to that.
Did you believe him when he told you he was worth about $12 million?
Yes, I didn't see anything to lie.
Did you,
Um,
throughout the course of your relationship until it came to an end, put your trust in Rick West or Richard?
I did put my trust in him fully until the end of the relationship.
Did you trust him fully because you either had fallen in love or were falling in love with him?
I trusted him.
And did you have strong feelings for him throughout the course of your evolving relationship with him until its end?
Yes.
And is it fair to say until the events near to when your relationship came to an end, you had no reason not to trust him?
Correct.
Ms. Oldenburg, you mentioned Rick West or Richard informing you about a property he owned near Namboida. Was that correct?
Or Nimboida, yeah.
And do you know where that is?
No, I have no idea.
And do you know how it's spelled? Is it spelled Nymboida?
Well, where it said in the thing is the correct spelling in the report. I'll find it now. Oh, yeah. Nimboida. Nymboida. Nimboida.
And if I can return, if I may, to your understanding of the financial position of Rick West or Richard, did you come to learn from him at any time whether he owned property overseas?
No.
Did you discuss with him why it was you and he should move to the French Riviera?
I was to start a new life, start afresh with him.
And was there any discussion of what employment or business interests you or he would have whilst you lived in the French Riviera?
No. No.
And who was to fund this new life and lifestyle in the French Riviera or Algeria or Spain or wherever it may have been?
He was.
He was going to provide the financial support?
Yes.
For your new life overseas?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you had no reason to doubt his intentions, I take it, at that stage, because he had disclosed to you that he was worth about $12 million. Correct?
Yes. Yeah, sorry.
You know, I've just been reminded of the time.
Yeah.
Is it a convenient moment to take the morning tea, Jen?
Yes, we're going to take a break now and we'll resume at 12 o'clock.
Please support.
Please all stand.
Okay.
Temporary adjournment. Silence, please all stand. Silence court is now resumed.
Ms Oldenburg, Her Honour has entered court, and if it's convenient to you, I'll continue my examination.
Yes.
Did you consider at the time that you were in your relationship with Rick West or Rich Richards, being swept away by the romance and stories of grandeur told by him to you?
I was, yes. I thought that was wonderful. He would sort of think of me like that.
And were you, in a sense, wooed by his stories of vast assets that he told you he possessed, such as the $12 million in rare coins and the property in Namboida with red cedar?
No, that part I didn't, because I take people by their face value.
And by that, we may be at cross purposes. You accepted, as I believe you gave your evidence earlier, that what he told you about his financial position was accurate?
That's what I believed, yes.
And did his stories of having $12 million and a property in Namboida with red cedar woo you to some extent into the relationship or not?
No.
Now, throughout the course of your relationship with Rick West or Rich Richard, did he ever speak to you about previous romantic or sexual relationships he had had with other women?
No.
Did he, throughout the course of your relationship, ever tell you about any businesses he may have gone into with other people?
No.
Or not?
No.
Is it fair to say you knew very little about him throughout the course of your relationship?
Yes. Yes.
Do you have your statement with you still?
Yes.
And did you, as part of the trip to Europe, did you require to obtain a new passport?
Yes.
And did Rich, and I will refer to him from now on as just Rich, did Rich also require a new passport, to your understanding?
Yes.
And in preparation to obtain a new passport, were you required to obtain a passport photograph of yourself?
Yes.
And did Richard request that you change your hairstyle prior to you obtaining your passport photograph?
The colour, yes. He wanted me to go blonde, but the hairdresser couldn't do it.
And did he tell you why he wanted you to go blonde?
Well, I would look nicer in it as a blonde.
What was the colour of your hair in late October of 1999?
Dark brown.
And had you ever had blonde hair previously or not?
No.
And you, I take it, were unable to have the hairdresser change the colour of your hair to blonde?
Yes, it had to be done in gradual stages, and because you can't just, she said you can't do just full blonde on dark hair.
Did you change the colour at all, or did you leave it in its natural state?
I left it in its natural state.
Did you get a different type of haircut?
No.
Do you know whether Rich wanted the change of the colour of your hair simply for the photograph or for the trip that you were to take with him?
He didn't say.
Now, you've recounted in your statement the steps you took to obtain a passport photograph, and that you've recorded in your statement took place at the camera house in Ballina.
Correct.
And then did you travel to Brisbane to apply for your new passports?
We went to, it was about approximately the following day when we went to get the, went up to Brisbane to get the passports.
And was there a reason why you went to Brisbane to apply for your passports and not apply more locally at one of the Australian Post Office branches between Woodburn and East Ballina?
Well, he wanted to go to the, I don't know, sorry, you have to really ask that question for a moment. Yeah, Tom.
Do you remember today why it was you needed to go to Brisbane to make an application for your new passports?
I don't know the reason. No. It was only later he mentioned he'll have to stay. Oh, that was later. Sorry. No, I don't know the reason at that time why we had to go to Brisbane to get them.
And
the passport office.
did you travel with Rich to Brisbane together?
Yes.
And how did you get to Brisbane?
We went by bus or coach.
And did you stay the night in Brisbane, or
No.
were you up and back in one day?
Back in one day.
And by this stage, had it been decided where in fact you were going to travel once the passports were issued?
Once he said he did say once they were issued, yes, he wanted to take me to Bali for a holiday.
And were you still going to go to London in late November to a coin auction?
Yes.
Apart from Bali and London, what other destinations do you remember today that you discussed visiting?
Bali and to Amsterdam. We went to Amsterdam.
I'm not asking you where you actually went. I'm just asking you, if I may please, Ms. Oldenburg, as to what destinations were discussed between yourself and Richard at the time that it had been determined you were going to take a trip overseas? You've mentioned London and Bali. Do you remember any other destinations that you discussed with Richard that you would visit on your trip overseas?
Well, to go to France.
And as part of the planning of your trip overseas, was it all to be business related? That is, going to coin auctions or coin dealers? Or was it to be also a holiday?
Partly a holiday, but mostly business.
When the passports were ready for collection, did you travel with Richard to Brisbane to collect your new passport or not?
No.
Did he, to your understanding, travel to Brisbane and collect them?
He would collect them and stay overnight.
And did he provide you with your new passport shortly after his return from Brisbane?
Yes, be about a week later, and I saw him and he gave me my passport.
About a week later.
Okay.
In late November of 1999, did Rich discuss with you the notion of executing or signing power of attorney in respect of each other's affairs?
Yes, he brought the subject up, yes.
And why did he, to your understanding, raise the notion of you providing him with a power of attorney in respect of your affairs?
Not quite sure about that question. Could you please mention it again? Sorry, don't mean to be awkward.
In late November of 1999, what was your understanding of what a power of attorney was?
Yes. Well, it was so that he said that if anything happens to him, I will be taken care of and my boys through me. And if the relationship dissolves, this will too.
Did you have any understanding at that time that a power of attorney could authorise a person to sign documents on your behalf or not?
No, I didn't realise, no.
Did you come to provide Richard with a power of attorney over your affairs?
I did, but I thought both signing would be okay.
Do you have any recollection today reading the terms or the conditions in respect of that power of attorney?
I can't recall, and unfortunately I haven't got any evidence to support that.
Did you obtain any legal advice in relation to the effect of providing Richard with a power of attorney over your affairs?
Do you mean maybe signed by JP?
No, I'm asking you whether you consulted a solicitor
No.
in relation to the document to which you came to sign.
No.
Was the power of attorney that you provided to Richard witnessed by a justice of the peace
Yes.
at the Lismore courthouse?
Yes.
Did Richard provide you with a power of attorney over his affairs at this time?
No. I think we signed both signed the same document.
And are you sure it was a power of attorney and not, for example, a last will and testament?
I don't know. Sorry. Don't recall it was a will and testament, but
Do you know what became of the power of attorney which you signed over to Richard following
well,
the execution of it at the Lismore courthouse in late November of 1999?
as I recall, he took care of that and put it in his bag when we went overseas. That's the last I saw of it.
To your knowledge, who drafted the power of attorney which you signed?
He did.
And how do you know that he drafted the power of attorney which you signed in late November of 1999?
I'm not sure, actually. No, sorry.
Was it typed or handwritten, this document?
I can't recall.
Did you, to your recollection today, read the contents of the document you signed at the Lismore courthouse in 1999?
I remember that I did, but I can't recall what the words were.
Did you ever see this document again after you last saw it placed in his bag?
What, that document, you mean?
Yes.
No, I didn't see it ever again. No.
Yeah. Did you sign the power of attorney because you trusted Richard fully?
Yes.
Now, again in late November of 1999, after you'd been to the Lismore courthouse to sign the power of attorney, did Richard come to your house holding a black tube about a foot long and about 2 inches thick with a screwed top lid?
Yes.
And did he say to you that he had coins in it?
Yes.
Did you look at the contents of this black tube or not?
No.
At that time, did he say to you, in case the house, that is your house, gets robbed while we are away, if you have anything valuable, you should bury it too while we're away. I'll bury it with this, indicating the black tube. Do you recall him saying that to you?
Yes.
The man known as Richard says that the black tube, I withdraw that, says that items that were buried in your backyard were only items of yours and not his. What do you say to that?
Well, he went out to bury the items, and the black tube was definitely his. And I had a container that had my jewellery in it. I didn't see him bury it, but he did come in the house and he didn't have anything with him, so I presumed he buried it, as he said. I didn't actually see him bury it, but he did do the digging a hole.
Right. I'll just break it down if I may.
Mm.
Did you agree
Mm-hmm.
to bury items of yours in your backyard?
Yes. Yes.
And what was the purpose of you burying particular items in your backyard at this time?
Because he said that if we're away, in case the house gets robbed, they couldn't take anything of value.
Did you consider leaving particular items of importance or value with a close friend or family member for safekeeping or not?
No, I never thought of that, no.
Was it the case that you went along with his suggestion of burying particular items in your backyard because you trusted him fully?
Yes.
Did you go through your jewellery with Richard at this time? And
Yes.
did the two of you sort through your jewellery to identify particular items that would be buried in the backyard?
Yes.
And were those items your wedding ring,
Yes.
your engagement ring,
Yes.
a gold nugget or ingot?
Oh, a little gold ingot, yeah. It was sort of in a necklace form.
A jade necklace?
And a jade coloured necklace, that was supposed to be.
A couple of gold-coloured bracelets?
Yep.
One with blue opal-type stones and some other items, including a silver necklace made by Navajo Indians?
Yes.
Was your grandmother's wedding and engagement ring also buried in the backyard?
Yes.
And were these items contained within the tube or in some other
No, in a
storage
another,
facility?
like a tin container.
In a container?
Yes.
You said in your statement, Ms Oldenburg, that you saw Rich digging but didn't see him put the items in the hole. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right, yes.
What other items do you recall being buried on this occasion?
I only recall that, but those items of mine buried there, as stated.
Were any important documents buried in your backyard to your recollection today or not?
No.
Were any house keys buried in the backyard on this occasion to your knowledge?
No.
The man known as Richard says that your house keys were buried in the backyard. What do you say to that?
No way.
Did you depart Brisbane in early December of 1999 for your trip?
2nd of December, yeah, we went to, that was we left for a trip.
And before you left Australia on your overseas trip, was any suggestion made to you by Richard to take on your trip particular documents?
Yes.
And did he suggest to you that you take with you overseas the title deeds to your house near Woodburn?
Yes. There were the title deeds, yes, that's one.
Your birth certificate?
Yes.
Your Australian citizenship certificate?
Yes.
The power of attorney to which you referred earlier in your evidence?
Yes.
Your marriage certificate?
My marriage certificate, yes.
And did you also take with you, at the suggestion of Richard's, keys to your house and $1,000 in cash?
Yes.
Now, was anything said to you by Richards as to why it was necessary for you to take these particular documents with you overseas? For example, was anything said to you about the necessity to travel overseas with the title deeds to your house?
It was proof that when we were going to get a place overseas, that if anything happens to him, I wouldn't have to pay any gains tax. It was just proof.
Proof of what?
Oh, sorry. Well, it was because we were going to settle in Europe somewhere. And he wanted to make sure that when he put the house in my name, I can prove who I was and things like that.
On this occasion, just prior to you departing Australia for your overseas trip, was the purpose of the trip for business and some pleasure, as you gave in evidence a moment ago, or was it to relocate, to start a fresh life and settle in Europe? Which of the two was it on this occasion prior to your departure?
It was a little bit of pleasure, so as well as it was pleasure as well as settling in Europe.
Did you understand on or about the 2nd of December before you left Australia that you were going to return, or that you would be at that point in time relocating somewhere in Europe?
So I might have to ask that one again. I'm just a little bit hazy on that one.
Well, with your recollection, had you, for example, told one or both of your sons that you were going overseas and relocating to Europe at this time, or not?
I can't recall, but I may have mentioned it, yeah.
Had you, at this time, determined what you would do with your house and its contents?
Yes, that would be, originally that was to be passed on to my sons.
Yes, but you hadn't made any arrangements, had you, at this time, to pass the house on to your son, or to sell it, or to pack it up, or anything like that, had you?
No, not at this stage. I was going to get an estate agent in to see what can be done.
Did you believe, when you left Australia on the 2nd of December with Richards in 1999, that you were going overseas for a short trip and would be returning to Australia, or that you would not be returning to Australia for some time because you were relocating?
Yes, we were going to return.
Thank you.
Sorry. Okay.
Right. Do I understand correctly that the purpose of your trip in December of 1999 was to attend coin auctions and to also have a bit of a holiday, but you would be returning to Australia shortly thereafter?
Yes.
You were not, when you left Australia in December of 1999, leaving Australia to start a new life somewhere in Europe.
Not at that stage, no.
Thank you. The plan to start a new life was something that had been discussed but had not yet come to full fruition. Do I understand that correctly?
Yes.
Did you at any time, Ms Oldenburg, tell any friends or family of your plans with Rich Richards to start a new life?
I would have told my sons.
Returning, if I may, to the departure from Australia, do you know what, if any, documents or money Rich Richard took with him on your overseas trip?
He said he had $10,000 in cash and he had some travellers checks.
Did you see these items, or was it just something that he had told you?
That's what he had told me.
And you said a moment ago that you went to Bali. Do you recall that evidence?
Yes, went to Bali. Yes.
And was that your first destination?
Yes.
And did you have a return flight or a one-way airfare?
Do you mean that for the whole trip?
Yes.
Yeah. No, it was a one-way trip.
Do you know whether Rich Richard had a one-way ticket or a return ticket back to Australia?
No, I didn't know.
And who paid for your air tickets?
He did.
And whilst you were overseas, who paid for the accommodation?
I'm sorry, he paid for the accommodations.
Did you contribute financially to any aspect of the trip?
No.
And when you left Australia on the 2nd of December 1999 with Rich Richard, do you remember what your itinerary was or what your travel plans were or not?
Well, yes.
And what was it, to your recollection today?
To my recollection today is that he'd tell me where we were going, and it was, because he planned to go to Bali, and then Amsterdam, and England.
And when you left in early December of 1999, were you still to travel to London for any coin auction or not?
No. Didn't get it. Never knew anything. Nothing came about.
But as part of the the travel plan or itinerary, to your recollection today, was London on the itinerary?
Yeah, for the coin auction, yes.
Did you get to London
No,
as part of the coin auction on this trip?
no.
Did you tell anyone that you were going on this trip with Rich Richards in December of 1999?
Yes, there was my friend Chrissy, is a Betteridge. She lived up the top of the Gap Road, so she knew.
And apart from your friend Chrissy, do you have any memory of telling anyone else that you're taking this trip with your boyfriend Richard?
Well, my sons.
Did you spend a couple of days together in Bali?
Yes.
And did you have a nice time in Bali?
It was pleasant.
And
But we didn't do anything. Sorry, go on. Yeah, sorry.
No, it's hard when I can't see you, unfortunately. I apologise for cutting you off. Please go on, Ms. Oldenburg.
No, that's fine. You finish what you were asking first.
I was going to confirm with you that you flew on the 5th of December 1999 from Bali to Amsterdam.
Yes, we went from, yeah.
And before I move on, was there anything about your time in Bali that you wished to say in answer to my second last question?
Like we went, what do you mean, like, if we went anywhere? We just did get a cab for a bit of a drive and went to some derelict sort of what looked like a slum area compared to where we were, and then back again to the accommodation. That's about all we did. That walk around the street. Yeah, sorry.
Was this part of the trip pleasure or business related? Did you, for example, visit any coin dealers or auctions on this trip?
No.
Now, you've said that on the 5th of December you flew on Garuda Air to Amsterdam in the Netherlands.
Yes.
Can I ask you this? Why were you flying to Amsterdam and not direct to England?
Well, I think you wanted to get the ferry across from Amsterdam to England.
Do you know why?
No.
You've said in paragraph 25 of your statement, page 8, that when you arrived in Amsterdam, Rick appeared to be familiar with how to get around the airports and cities over there. He knew the stores and shops in Amsterdam.
Yes, he did.
Are you able to elaborate on that?
Yes. He did take me to a big department store. It was huge. It was like a shopping mall type of thing, just quite huge. And he described what was up the escalators and this and that. I can't remember what it was. And I thought then, okay, he's obviously been to these places before.
And did you spend 3 days in Amsterdam?
I think it was about 3 days, yeah. So,
And
yeah,
in
3
that
days.
time, in that time, Ms. Oldenburg, whilst you're in Amsterdam, did you do any sightseeing or tourist activities, or was it related to the coin business?
No, it was, we did go on just a train, just a few stations, and then travelled back. That was all we did.
Did you do anything else whilst you're in Amsterdam?
No, he was just mainly in the hotel. But he did get me to walk around the shop, around the airport. There was a little bus that took from the Ibis Hotel, and so I just walked around the airport thing, and then got the special bus back again a bit later, just for an airing, because he wasn't feeling well. So,
did you discuss with Richards whilst you're in Amsterdam as to the things that you might want to do whilst you were there, or not?
No, I trusted him where he knew everything. So,
And before you left Amsterdam, did Richards or Rick organise to leave some of your luggage in the left luggage security section at the Amsterdam airport?
yes,
And was it your luggage or his luggage or both of your luggage that was left at the security section at the Amsterdam airport? I missed that last answer, I'm afraid, Ms. Oldenburg.
both.
Both, thank you. And do you remember what was contained in your suitcase?
Just a summer skirt, a light cardigan, and a pair of plastic sandals. And all my winter stuff got put in something else that he supplied.
And do you know what was in that item he provided to you?
I'm sorry? What
I
was...
thought you said he asked you to put something in your suitcase. Did I mishear you?
No, he didn't ask me to put it. I just took out my winter clothes. Oh, yes, and to put into a bag he provided, and to go to England in, and we'll pick them up on the way back, he said. I
Right.
just had, so...
And was your suitcase locked in any way?
Oh,
Secure?
yeah. Oh, yeah. It had 3 locks on it.
And at this time, how long did you believe you would be leaving your luggage at the Amsterdam airport before you returned to collect it?
Well, when he finally done some business in England, and then we go back to Amsterdam and collect the cases.
When you left Australia in early December of 1999, did you have an intention to return to Australia for Christmas or not?
Yeah, yes.
Right. Now, apart from Richards leaving a suitcase at the airport in Amsterdam, do you know what was in his suitcase?
I have no idea. No, I don't know.
And do you remember now why you decided to leave these suitcases at the airport in Amsterdam and not continue to travel with them like you had when you went to Bali?
Sorry, could you just repeat that one?
I'm trying to understand, Ms. Oldenburg,
Yes.
why you decided when you're in Amsterdam to leave luggage at the airport and not take it with you on your journey.
Yes, because he said that it saves lugging cases all over the place and we can just walk around freely without the suitcases.
And was there anything in your suitcase of value?
No.
After leaving the luggage at the airport in Amsterdam, did you take a ferry overnight to England?
Yes.
And do you remember the town that you took the ferry to?
Harwich.
And do you know why you took the ferry and did not fly to England?
No, I don't know the reasons. He did all the organising.
Did you inquire of Rich Richard where you were going to travel when you got to England?
No, not. I can't recall at this time what that bit. So.
Was there any plan to your recollection of going to London for a coin option at this time or not?
Well, that was still, that was still on the cards, but it didn't happen. There was, I think too, we were going to go over to, just to correct something, going over to Europe. We were still kind of planning of going over to Europe to look for a place. Was the other.
Part of the trip involved looking for a place to relocate to start a new life, is that right?
Yes, we were going to look around, yes.
And where were you going to look to find a place to perhaps relocate to?
France.
Do I understand your evidence correctly that after you had been to England, you were going to travel to France to look for somewhere to relocate to?
Yeah, to look for something, yes. Yep.
Do you have a memory today of going to the French Riviera as part of this trip or not?
Not at that moment, no. Although it was talked about, it didn't go any further. Yeah, he just. All I know is we're going to France.
Right. Beyond France, no specific location within France? You recall today that you may have discussed travelling to look for somewhere to live?
Well, only to the French Riviera. That was, French Riviera. Nothing more was mentioned about Algeria or Spain.
Thank you. After you've taken the ferry, did you stay one night at Horwich?
We stayed overnight at the Hanover Inn.
And did the next day, did you take a train to Colchester town?
Yes.
And was that on the 9th of December 1999?
Yes.
And did you hire the car or was it hired by Rich Richard or Rick?
Yeah, he hired it.
Right. And did he organise everything as part of this aspect of the trip?
Yes.
And did you drive in the hire car to Sussex?
No. He did the driving.
You say in paragraph 28 of your statement, Ms Oldenburg, that you drove to Sussex.
Yeah.
Do you remember where in Sussex you went?
I don't recall any names or little towns or anything.
Do you remember doing any sightseeing and visiting any historical sites?
No, we didn't do any sightseeing, only he was looking for a place to rent. And we looked through a window at a little house that was for rent, but nobody was living there. But then decided not to, and that was the end of that one.
When you looked at a house to rent, had the plan slightly changed from the French Riviera, Spain or Algeria to perhaps relocating somewhere in England?
I can't answer that one. I don't know what was in his mind at the time. I don't know.
But
Didn't say anything.
I understand your evidence, which you provided to police about 4 weeks after these events, that you've recorded, we drove to Sussex and Dover looking for a place to rent. Now, was that rental to be...
Maybe Sussex, but not Dover. So I might have missed that one.
Was that... May I continue, please? Was that rental property to be a short-term rental or a long-term rental for you to relocate to?
I don't know.
You said a moment ago you don't remember going to any sites of historical significance. Do you recall that?
No, we didn't.
Right. Do you remember going to a place called Tonbridge Wells or not?
I don't recall that.
Do you have any recollection of going to a place near Jane Austen's house or not?
No, I don't recall that. No.
Did you come to visit Dover?
Well, yes, we did.
And did you have about 2 nights in Dover?
Yes.
And was that, were you in Dover on the 11th of December 1999?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Did you have any sense as to whether or not Richard or Rick had been to Dover previously?
No, I have no knowledge of that.
Did you have any knowledge of whether or not Richard or Rick had been to Sussex previously?
No, I have no knowledge of that.
Did you have a conversation with Richard or Rick about the 11th of December 1999 whilst you're in Dover, where Rick has decided that you should spend some time with your cousin in Manchester?
Yes.
Why did Rick make that decision for you?
Well, he wanted to go over to France and do business, and he knows I'd like to see my cousin anyway. And so he suggested I stay there because he had business in France and he wanted to see a couple of people.
Prior to leaving Australia on the 2nd of December 1999, had you made any plans to spend any time with family members in the United Kingdom?
What, he? Himself?
No, you, Ms.
Wait,
Oldenburg.
no, I hadn't, no.
Had this decision by Rick that you should spend some time with your cousin in Manchester come to you like a bolt out of the blue?
Yes, it did.
Was this, I take it then this was the first time it was suggested that you and Rick separate and for you to travel to Manchester to spend time with your cousin?
Yes.
You explained why it was that you were to separate at this point in Dover. Can I ask you this, Ms. Oldenburg? Do you know why Rick or Richard did not travel from Amsterdam to Brussels and France to do his business when he was in Amsterdam?
I don't know.
It seems...
He never said anything.
It seems a circuitous route that he has taken from Amsterdam to Sussex, Dover, and then back to Belgium and France. You don't know why? He decided to go to Brussels and France at that time and not earlier when he was in Amsterdam?
No, he said he had to see a couple of people over there and he'll get in touch with me later.
And at this time, as you're departing ways, as it were, what was to happen in relation to the London coin auction?
It never went ahead, but I didn't see or go to any coin auction in London.
When you parted ways with Rick or Richard in Dover, was there any suggestion of you and he meeting up in London to attend the coin auction to which you've referred in your evidence earlier today?
No, he never mentioned any more about it. No, didn't see it.
Was there any element of urgency at the time the decision was made for you to part ways and for you to travel to Manchester, to your recollection?
No, I don't know the urgency of anything of that. No, I don't know why.
Do you remember Rick or Richard making a telephone call at about the time that a decision had been made for you and he to part ways?
No, only, he did go to the Thomas Cook Travel Agency and I stayed in the car, but I never heard anything. It was always out of earshot for me.
And did he tell you that he had to get the rental car back to the rental car company?
Yes.
Did he say why he needed to get that back?
No, he didn't tell me.
Did he tell you how he was going to get to Brussels?
Well, no, he didn't. He didn't tell me how he was going to do that.
Did you ask or not?
No.
You simply accepted what he told you?
Yeah.
Did you travel to Manchester and stay with your cousin?
I did.
And did you stay there between the 11th and 16th of December 1999?
Yeah, I did I stayed there. Yeah, until I didn't hear from him until the 16th of December.
And when you parted ways in Dover with Rick or Richard, did he give you a contact number?
Hello?
Can you hear me, Miss
Oh,
Holden?
sorry. I thought we got cut off. Did he give me no, he didn't give me a contact number, no.
Did he tell you where he would be staying?
No.
Did he tell you in any clear detail what he would be doing whilst he was away?
Just seeing a couple of different guys to do with coins, do business with coins.
Or I see the time.
Yes. We're going to take the lunch adjournment now and resume at 2 o'clock.
Okay.
Silence, please. Dennis Constable is now temporarily adjourned. Silence, please all stand. Coroner's Court is now adjourned.
Yes, Mr Castleton.
Thank you, Your Honour. We have Ms Oldenburg on the screen, and hopefully we won't run into too many difficulties. Ms Oldenburg, can you see and hear me clearly?
Yes, thank you.
Before the lunch and adjournment, I was asking you about that time when you separated from Rick or Rich in Dover and you headed to Manchester to be with your cousin. Do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And did I understand accurately that when you departed you had no contact details for Rich or Rick?
What you mean, after we parted, and not for about a couple of days.
Just pausing there, just so we're not at cross purposes, you could not call or send a letter
No,
to Rick when you left him in Dover?
no contact there.
Did he have the contact details of your cousin in Manchester?
Yes, he did.
And when you left Rich or Rick in Dover and travelled to Manchester, did you or Rick have the important documents such as the title deeds, citizenship certificate, power of attorney, birth certificate with you, or was it with him?
It was with him.
He retained possession of all your important documents when you departed in or separated in Dover.
Yes.
At this time, did you have any suspicions about Rick or Richard's intentions or not?
No. I have no idea.
I take it you still trusted him fully?
Yes.
After you left Dover and you were in Manchester, did Rick ring you about 2 days later on the 13th of December 1999?
He rang me on the Thursday, the 16th of December. The 13th was when he was going to. No, I didn't hear from Rick until the Thursday, the 16th of December.
Do you have your statement with you?
Yes.
Could I ask you to go to page 10?
Oh, I beg your pardon, yes.
Paragraph 30, you record in your statement of 13 January 2000, Rick rang me on the Monday, the 13th of December.
Yes, he did, yes.
And did he say to you, I couldn't get the car back, that's the hire car, I'm still in England, I'll get the night ferry over to Amsterdam, I'll catch a train to Brussels to see the fellow and then to France to see the other fellow, I'll ring you on Wednesday night?
Correct.
Do you remember anything else of that conversation on the 13th of December 1999?
That was all the conversation there was that I recall.
Did you ask why it was he hadn't called you previously, if he had been stranded in England until that time, the 13th of December 1999?
No, he didn't say why.
He didn't tell you why he was still in England?
No, that he couldn't get the car back. And
did he tell you where he was in England?
no, he didn't.
Did you next hear from Rick 3 days later, on Thursday the 16th of December 1999?
Yes, I did.
And did he call you at your cousin's place in Manchester on this occasion?
Yes, he did.
Did you, in the course of that conversation, ask him, how are you, and that you've been worried about him?
Yes.
And did he tell you that, I'm not very well, I'm afraid, I was robbed and bashed by about 6 guys that came at me with baseball bats? Everything's been stolen. I've got 2 broken ribs. I'm in hospital.
Yes.
Did you say, where are you? And did he respond, Lille?
Yes.
And did he say, look, I haven't got much time on my phone card. If you can get yourself back to Australia, I've got times here for cheap flights, the 29th of December or the 14th of January. If you see, and I don't believe you remember the name of the travel agent.
No, I didn't. It was very obscure. I never heard of the company before, so I was a bit bambled. Yeah, so I don't recall. I can't. I didn't know the. Yeah, I just sort of couldn't. By the time I made the statement, I didn't know the company's name.
He suggested, did he not, for you to see a travel agent, but you could not remember the name of the travel agency at that time?
I didn't go to that agency, whatever it was.
Did he also, in that conversation, say to you that he'll see the embassy and get them to issue him a document to get him back to Australia?
Sorry, the screen went blank. I've just called it up. Sorry.
All right. If there's a problem seeing or hearing me, please don't hesitate to let her on a no.
Yes, it's up now again, so it's fine.
Do you see in your statement of 13 January 2000 that you record in that conversation you had with Rick on 16 December 1999 that he said this to you: I'll see the embassy and get them to issue me a document to get me back to Australia. My passport has been stolen. Your documents have been stolen. Everything's been taken. Do you record that?
Yes, I do. Oh, I do. Yes.
Do you remember anything else about that conversation?
No, that's all there was.
Do you know where he was robbed and bashed?
At a train station in Lille.
And you have a clear memory today that he was robbed and bashed in Lille?
Yes.
Did he say that he was robbed and bashed at the Amsterdam airport or not?
No, not the Amsterdam airport, no. It was in Lille, a train station in Lille. I don't know which one.
And do you know which hospital he went to as a consequence of being robbed and bashed by 6 guys?
He said Lille.
Right.
Yeah. Lille.
And apart from sustaining 2 broken ribs, did Rick tell you about any other injuries he sustained in the attack?
No.
Did he tell you what had become of your house keys?
Oh, well, he said that, he said everything. He said that my house keys were gone as well, as in all the documents.
Including the house keys to your property in Woodburn?
Yes.
Did you have any discussion, to your recollection, of why it was he could not get you on a flight prior to the 29th of December?
I don't know. I don't know why.
Did you have any sense that he did not want you to return to Australia quickly?
I did not. No. Not me. My cousin did. He had, he kind of said something was wrong, and that's why he got me back on a plane quickly.
What do you recall your cousin's concerns were at that time?
He didn't mention it, but he got me back pretty quickly.
And you were able to secure a flight back to Australia,
Oh, yeah.
which enabled you to return to your property on Monday, the 20th of December 1999.
Yes.
And did you arrive to your residence near Woodburn at about 11 a.m. that day, being Monday, the 20th of December 1999?
I got back early in the morning, and I arrived at 7 a.m. from Sydney. Driving back to Woodburn. I arrived in Woodburn at 7 o'clock in the morning. I was night coach.
Thank you. My apologies. When you had the conversation with Rick on the 16th of December, where he informed you that he was in hospital with 2 broken ribs, did he tell you when he was likely to be discharged from the hospital in Lille?
No.
Did he tell you when he would next contact you?
No.
Did he express to you what his intentions were once he was discharged from the hospital in Lille?
No.
Did you discuss with him how you and he would meet up again?
No, actually, I don't think I did. No, he didn't.
Do you know whether between when you left your cousin's place, I withdraw that, at any time after you left your cousin's place, did you learn from your cousin that Rick had contacted your cousin seeking you out?
No, he didn't say anything.
No memory of your cousin informing you that he received a call from Rick after you'd left Manchester on the 16th of December?
He answered his phone and just put the phone on to me, and I saw, and then he had a landline with international on it that came up international. So I said, well, he's still over in Lille.
We might be slightly across purposes.
Mm.
Do you have any memory of Rick calling your cousin looking for you after you had left your cousin and proceeded to travel back to Australia?
Oh, sorry. No, I don't know.
Thank you.
I don't think so.
Now, you've established that you arrived in Woodburn by coach at 7 a.m. on Monday, the 19th of December, 1999.
It would have been 19th, yes. 19th of December, yes.
That's
And
correct.
did you have any house keys with you to your
No.
residence?
No, but I always, whenever I went away, I used to give my friend the spare front door keys, so I could always get back in, although I had the normal keys ordinarily when I went away. But I had to pick up the keys from her because she had a spare set, and that's how come I got into the house.
And you say in your statement that you arranged for a locksmith from Ballina to attend your property promptly?
Yes.
And was that to cut keys or change locks in respect of those locks you had no keys for?
Oh, to cut keys for the garage door, because my car was in there, and for the other doors in the house.
By this time, had you heard at all from Rick since you last spoke to him in Manchester?
No.
Had you start to become suspicious of his intentions at this time or not?
No. No, I didn't. Yeah, sorry.
You still trusted him fully, I take it?
Yes.
On the Monday, at about 11 a.m. on the 20th December 1999, did Rick appear at your residence near Woodburn?
Yes, he did.
And was the last time that you had seen him when you departed ways at Dover on the 11th of December, some 9 days earlier?
Sorry. No, I hadn't seen him since we left, since he went to Lille.
And
sorry, so what was your question again? Sorry.
well, I'm just confirming that you did not see Rick in the 9 days when he left you at Dover and you next saw him on Monday the 20th of December. Do you agree?
Yes.
Can I clarify something? Just the date, the 19th of the 20th. Is it on my reading, it's Ms. Oldenburg actually arrived home at 7 a.m. on the 20th.
Yes, Your Honour's correct.
So it would be the same day then that Rick arrived.
Does that accord with your recollection, Ms. Oldenburg, that as you've recounted in your statement at paragraph 34, you stayed at relatives overnight, this is in Sydney, and Sunday night, the 19th, caught a Premier coach back to Woodburn, arriving Monday, that would be the 20th of December, in the morning at 7 a.m?
Yes.
And that same day, Monday the 20th of December, did you make arrangements for a locksmith to attend your premises?
I did.
And also that same day, being Monday the 20th of December, around 11 a.m, did Rick appear at your premises?
Yes, he did, yes.
And I think we confirmed a moment ago that you had not seen him since you parted ways in Dover about 9 days earlier.
Yes.
Was he happy to see you?
He had the expression on his face seemed sort of shocked. I couldn't work that out, but I thought he was just weary from walking up the driveway as it was a hot day. So,
You say in your statement you were surprised to see him. Why was that?
Well, not having him phoning to say he was coming. So, and I thought he was still in Lille.
Did he appear to have any injuries from your observations?
No. And I asked him, well, how was his ribs? And he said he took the bandages off because it was uncomfortable.
Did he show you any part of his body that may have sustained injury as part of the attack in Lille?
Not that day. When he stayed over a later stage, I noticed he didn't have any bruises and he was walking around okay, so I thought he was better.
From your observations, you did not see any bruising around the ribcage area?
No, I did not see anything like that.
Were there any other visible bruises that you could discern when you saw him in 20 December or thereafter?
No. Nothing.
Did he tell you why he was at your premises unannounced?
No, he didn't.
Do you know how he came to your house? Was he in his own car or was he dropped off, or do you know?
I didn't see the vehicle, so he said it was down the bottom of the driveway, but I didn't look because I couldn't see from where my angle when I was with the locksmith or inside the house. It's a long curvy driveway and you can't see the driveway from the house until you move over a bit at the front, and then you could downwards angle.
And did he tell you how he was able to get from Lille to Australia in 4 days in circumstances where he no longer had his passport?
No, he didn't say that. No, he didn't tell me anything about that. Just
Did you ask him? Did you ask him how he was able to get back so quickly, having sustained an assault that required medical attention in a hospital 4 days earlier?
No, didn't explain that at all.
You say in your statement he only stayed for about half an hour.
Oh, yes.
Did that come as a surprise to you in circumstances where you had not seen him for 9 days?
No, not really, no. He comes and goes whenever he wants.
Did he say where?
I was busy with the locksmith at that time, so I didn't think about it. Sorry.
You state in your statement that he told you that it took him 4 different planes for him to get back to Ballina. At that point in time, December 1999, how long was the drive from Ballina to Woodburn?
It's about half an hour to 40 minutes.
And did it not surprise you as a little odd that he'd taken the effort to drive from Ballina to Woodburn to visit your premises unannounced and then only stay for half an hour in circumstances where he had not seen you his girlfriend for 9 days?
No, I didn't think anything of it. I didn't.
And can I return to an earlier question I asked? What was your understanding of why it was he was there on the morning of the 20th of December 1999?
Oh, I have no idea. I never thought about it to ask or anything. I don't know.
Did he return the following day, Tuesday the 21st of December, and provide to you your house keys?
Yes, he did.
Were these the same keys that you understood from him had been stolen in the attack in Lille?
Yes, exactly the same.
And what was his explanation for how he was able to retrieve those keys between the 16th of December and the 21st of December?
What you said the French police sent the keys. They sent back to me. Yeah, he said he sent back. They sent him the keys to my house and the title deeds by courier, and that's what. Yeah, so that's the French police sent them by courier to him and my title deed.
And did he provide to you the title deeds that he informed you the French police had sent to him?
Yes, and I put them in my filing cabinet at that time.
Did he give them back to you on that occasion or a subsequent occasion? You say at the end of paragraph 37, he didn't give me my title deeds to my property that day. You go on to say a couple of days after Christmas.
He didn't give. Yeah, that's right. He didn't give my deeds to my property that day. I forgot about him, but it was later he did. Another day. A couple of days after Christmas, I got them back.
Did you spend together?
Sorry?
Did you spend Christmas with Rick?
No, I didn't. I had to go to a relative's in Brisbane to spend Christmas.
You recount in paragraph 38 receiving the title deeds from Rick a couple of days after Christmas. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you state that he produced them from a small case with the letters RLW on a name tag on the top of the case. Is that correct?
His letters on the top was RLW.
And did you understand that to mean Richard Lloyd Westbury or some other initials?
Well, yes, I did. I do recall that I did think of the Richard Lloyd Westbury. Think of that.
You say in your statement of paragraph 38 that you placed the title deeds in a filing cabinet.
Yes.
Was Mr. Bloom present when you placed the title deeds in the filing cabinet, to your recollection, or not?
No, he was in another room, but yeah, so he was in another room when I did it, but he would have heard the drawer.
because it was quite loud before.
Did you receive back from Mr. Bloom or anyone else your birth certificate?
I never got any of that back.
When you say any of that back, are you referring to the documents that you took, being the birth certificate, marriage certificate and citizenship certificate?
Yeah, that's right.
All you received back was the title deeds to the property at Woodburn?
Yes.
Throughout this period, late December, early January, did Rick inform you that he may need to return to Europe?
Yes, he said he'd have to go and identify these three of the guys that attacked him, and the other thing, and also he's going to an auction.
And was the auction in London or somewhere in Europe, or you don't know?
Oh, well, he just said, no, he didn't say where the auction was.
In your interactions after Rick returned to Australia, did you continue to discuss relocating to Europe, perhaps in the French Riviera?
No more was said about that, no. He didn't mention anything.
Was anything said about what you would do with the house that you had obtained sole ownership of in mid-October 1999?
Yes.
And what was that?
Oh, sorry. I may have get back. Just trying to recall it. Yes, we were still thinking about going over because I was still trusting him at that stage. And we talked about, so I had to get the estate agent he left to a host house at the stage, but Warren Ainsworth came round and to give an assessment, what to do. He wanted to see the assessment in the filing cabinet, my previous one. And
just slow down, please, Ms. Oldenburg. Had there been any discussion between you and Rick about you selling your house at Woodburn at any time during a relationship with him?
Yes, there was a discussion, but about selling it, but I wanted to give it to my boys. And possibly, but I still got, or selling it. So I did, that's when I got in touch with Warren Ainsworth, to discuss things with him on that.
Was Warren Ainsworth a local real estate agent at Woodburn at that time in late December 1999, early January 2000?
Yes.
And was it you who reached out to Warren Ainsworth or Rick?
I was.
Did Warren Ainsworth reach out to you or Rick? Do you remember?
What do you mean? Can you just clarify that a bit, please? Who?
You said in your statement in paragraph 39,
yes.
Rick came and went from my place over a period of days.
correct.
On 5th January 2000, I had a real estate agent from Ray White in Woodburn, Warren Ainsworth, come to the house,
Yes, I did
discuss
that.
what I should do with the house, either
Yes.
sell or rent or whatever, given
Yes.
I was still involved with intending on staying with Rick.
Yes, yes, correct.
Now, what I'm trying to explore with you, at this point in time, was there a possibility of you selling the house? Was there a possibility of you renting the house? What was it that you wanted to discuss with Mr. Ainsworth from Ray White at Woodburn?
Yes, well, it was, what was best and, if it was worth renting or selling and how much I would get for it and, just general, talking to them about it so I could make a decision.
Did Rick suggest to you that you should engage a real estate agent to provide you with advice on what the house was worth should it be sold?
I think I may have suggested that, about getting the estate agent in.
And at this point in time, were you contemplating perhaps selling the house to enable you to relocate to Europe with Rick?
Contemplating selling, yes, and I'm still intending on staying with Rick, yes.
And did Warren Ainsworth provide you with an appraisal as to the value of the property if sold or not?
Not at that point, no. No, he didn't, because I mentioned about there was an assessment made before, and he asked me could he have a look at it? And I went to the filing cabinet and found my title deeds missing and other things. So I then said I can't find it at the moment, I told Ainsworth, and said, look, I'll have to get back to you. And I left it at that.
Do I take it that Warren Ainsworth never provided you with an appraisal as to the value of the property if sold or the likely rental return if you rented the property out? If you don't know, Oldenburg,
can you just say that again? No, he didn't give me an appraisal for anything that day. So,
did he ever give you an appraisal shortly thereafter or not?
No.
Now, you said a moment ago, when looking for a previous appraisal of your property, you noticed that the title deeds were missing from the filing cabinet. Were any other documents missing from the filing cabinet to which you have earlier referred?
Well, there was my BT Australian Equity Fund share thing. It was in the same folder as my title deeds.
Was that a share certificate? Some BT Australia?
Yeah,
Fund?
BT.
Yes.
They were BT, B for Bob, capital,
Yes.
initials of Australian Equity Fund Limited. And they were also in the same folder as my deed. And that was missing with it. So.
When those two documents had gone missing, did you have any suspicions as to what may have become of them?
I began to, yes, I did. Started getting suspicious, really suspicious.
About what?
About Rick or Rich.
And why did the missing title deeds and share certificate raise a suspicion in your mind at that time about Rick?
Because he gave them to me a few days before or whatever, and he gave them to me, and I put them in the filing cabinet, and then all of a sudden missing, and he's the only one that's been in the house. So that's what tweaked my brain then.
At that time, perhaps somewhere around the 8th of January 2000, to your knowledge, did Rick have any keys to your premises?
I did notice that I had, on some doors, there were little keys, and there was about 3 little keys on one, and I used to leave that sitting in the door inside the house, and there was one missing, and I noticed, that was weird. So, yeah, but I had my front door keys.
Now, police investigators have interviewed Rick, and he denies taking the title deeds or the share certificate from your home. What do you say to that?
He did. He's the only one that was in the house.
Was anything else missing from your house at about the time you noticed the title deeds and share certificate were missing?
Yeah, I went to dig up the jewellery and it was gone. It wasn't there.
And when was that?
Well, he rang me on the 5th of January and said he was going to Brisbane to pick his passport, pick up his passport from the French policeman. And he told me that, he said that I don't want to, I don't want anything from you, and I said, well, I didn't sort of meant. I said, well, what about my jewellery? And he said, I'm sending your jewellery back to you.
Pausing there, please.
Yes.
Wasn't the jewellery buried in the backyard in a box with the black tube?
Yeah, it's supposed to be, but I dug there.
All right, well, let's just go through that.
And I dug to get there because all the loose dirt, and there was nothing there.
And do you know about what day you commenced to dig up your backyard to retrieve the box that contained some of your jewellery? Was it around the 5th, between the 5th and the 8th of January?
Was
it the 5th, Ms. Oldenburg?
Yes, I'm just having a look here. He told me he's going to Brisbane Airport. This was the 5th when I became suspicious of him and decided to dig up where he had buried his coins. The soil was loose and soft at the time.
And
I dug up where his buried containers, and they were not there.
Pausing there, please, Ms. Oldenburg.
Yes, sorry.
Was your container, which contained some of your jewellery, present when you dug up that area of the backyard where you believed it had been buried?
No.
Was the black tube that you've described in your evidence earlier today present in that area that you dug around?
It was not there either.
Did
No.
you speak to Rick after you had dug up the backyard, and did he tell you that he has dug up the items in the backyard?
Yes, and he's...
And did he tell you that he would send to you your jewellery back?
Yes.
And did he tell you at that time that he was going to London to an auction or not?
Yes. He said he was booked to go overseas, or planned to go overseas.
Do you know where?
No.
And did he tell you how long he would be away?
No.
Did he tell you that he would like you to travel with him or not?
Well, he was going to send me... he said that he'll send me a card. When I get a mobile phone, I will let you know the number and I will keep in touch. And he was going to send me a ticket after the auction at the end of January. And he said he did say that he dug up the items and he's sending my jewellery back to me.
Now, you've recounted that in your statement. Was that the last time you spoke to Rick?
Yes. After a bit more that his years were on the same time as today.
And have you seen Rick since early January of 2000?
No.
Present time?
No. Never. No sign of him.
Did you receive a package on the 7th of January containing some jewellery?
Yes.
And was that a package sent to you addressed from R. Richard?
Yes.
And were you missing some jewellery from what you had buried in the container in the backyard?
Yes.
And were you missing a silver necklace with about 6 silver discs in a row with fine silver beading between them?
Yes.
Were you missing 3 strands of silver beading around the neck and some blue-coloured beads in between, or is that the same item you've just described?
That would be the same necklace. So it's just extra description on it. And then,
Did you receive in the package your grandmother's wedding ring?
engagement ring, yeah.
Were they missing the wedding and engagement ring of your grandmother?
Yes. It was in a little square, dark yellowy box with the red trim round it, around the lid.
Rick has told police investigators that he has given everything back that was buried in the backyard to you.
He didn't.
Did you ever attempt to locate him, to discuss with him his actions?
I never tried to locate him. So what was that last one?
You made a report to police in January of 2000, that's so?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever take Rick to Ballina?
Yeah, I used to drop him off at the shopping centre opposite the Big Prawn.
And is that in South Ballina?
I'm not quite sure whether it was.
As you're heading north from Woodburn to Ballina, is it
It's the
the
first
first Ballina
shopping.
you come to before you enter the main township?
Yeah, before you entered the main township, yes, as you come from Woodburn end.
Now, I asked you earlier today whether you knew Rick by any other names other than the three that we had discussed. Do you have any recollection of Rick being referred to as Fernand Remakel?
I'm sorry, what was that name?
Fernand Remakel?
Never heard of that.
At any time during your relationship with Rick, did he suggest to you that you should change your name?
No,
At any time during your relationship, did he suggest to you that you be secretive about your relationship with him?
that I should what, sorry?
About your relationship with him. Did he ask you at any time not to disclose that you're in a relationship with him, with any friends or family?
No.
Did you introduce Rick to any of your friends?
My friend Chris up the road, when I was taking Rick back to Ballina, I popped in at her place. He was sitting in the passenger seat and she saw him. And I did introduce Chris to this man. So, yeah, so she saw him.
Was that on one unprompted occasion?
Sorry, one
Was that on one occasion?
occasion, yes, only one occasion.
And it wasn't a planned meeting, I take it?
No, I just dropped in out the blue to my friend's place, but I had to see her about something.
Did you introduce Rick to any of your family?
No.
Ms. Oldenburg, I just want to show you a photograph, if I may. Tell me if you can see this on the screen, that is on your computer screen. Do you recognise the person in that photograph on the screen?
Yes. Yeah, that's him. That's
And
exactly him. Yes, definitely.
Who is it, to your recollection?
Rick West Richard.
Thank you. That's the examination.
Thank you. Ms Oldenburg, there may be some other questions. We just go back to, thank you. Ms Burke.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms Oldenburg, can you just confirm for me, I don't know if I heard the evidence or not, did you ever get your title deeds back?
Not the second round, no.
When you say not the second round, is that after they disappeared from the drawer that you put them in?
Yes, that they disappeared from the filing cabinet drawer, yes.
Have you taken steps to have fresh title deeds reissued by the Land Titles Registry in Queensland?
I did. I had to hunt for a solicitor in early of that January, and I found one at Casino, and I drove all the way there to put a caveat on the house and a new title number.
Right, thank you. No further questions, Your Honour.
Thank you, Ms Berg. Mr Smith.
Thank you, Your Honour. Ms Oldenburg, my name is Mr Smith. I appear for Sally Layden, who's the daughter of Marion Barter. Just have a few questions for you. Can you hear me okay?
Me, yes.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry, what did you say then?
Ms Oldenburg, can you hear us?
Oh, right, it's to me. Yeah, okay, yes.
Yeah, Mr Smith is going to ask you some questions now.
Good. Okay.
You can hear me, Ms Oldenburg?
Yes, I can, thank you.
Thank you. Now, you were asked some questions earlier about receiving a phone call from Rick or Rich in mid-October 1999 where he asked you about your divorce settlement. You recall that?
Yes.
Before that phone call, do you recall running into Rick in the street?
No. No,
And
never bumped into him in the street, no.
And if I told you he had told police that he ran into you in the street, what would you say to that?
No, definitely not.
And given the nature of your interactions with Rick when you were married to your husband, did it come as a surprise to you that he telephoned you in mid-October 1999 to talk about your divorce settlement?
Yes, it was a bit daunting, yes.
Now, before you went overseas at the start of December 1999 with Rick, at that point in time, did he suggest to you at all that you should sell your house before you went overseas?
Yes, he did make suggestions. That's why I got the estate agent in to talk maybe renting or giving it to my boys. I was thinking about giving it to my boys, but he seemed to think that that would cause a problem with my sons. And so therefore I thought, okay, I'll think about selling it.
Just to clarify, did that happen before you went overseas with him or after?
After I got back.
He never suggested you should sell your house before you went overseas?
No.
And the tickets that were purchased for you to travel overseas, do you remember where they were purchased from?
No.
Now, you recall that in your statement, you describe the conversation where Rick suggested you come overseas with him to a coin auction in London. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And you say in the statement that he said the coin auction was going to be in late November.
Yes.
Now, you left to go overseas at the start of December, which is obviously after late November. So did it occur to you at the time that the supposed coin auction in late November would have happened before you left?
Yeah. I didn't think of that. No, it didn't occur to me.
And is there anything you wish to say about that now, that having been pointed out?
Yeah, when I think about it, it's well, nothing came about. So nothing happened with coin auctions.
Yes, you never actually went to one in London.
No. Never eventuated.
You recall you were asked some questions about about Rick suggesting you should change your hair colour. Do you remember that topic?
Yeah.
Did it seem odd to you at the time that he was asking you to change your hair colour or not?
Not really, no. Because he thought I'd look nice blonde.
He expressed that reason to you?
Yes.
You gave some evidence earlier about 2 suitcases, one yours, one his, being left in the luggage storage section at Amsterdam airport. You remember that?
Yes.
Can I just confirm that that was his idea to store those suitcases there? Is that correct?
Yes.
And you said earlier that when you left on that first trip, it was your intention to be back in Australia by Christmas, correct?
Yes.
So if you were going for 3 weeks or so, why did you need to take so much luggage that you had to store some in Amsterdam? Do you recall?
Why he left them there?
No, why did you have so much luggage that you had to store some in Amsterdam? Do you recall?
Well, it's that we didn't have to lug the cases around, and we'll pick them up on the way back.
So there were things in those suitcases effectively you didn't need for your trip. Is that right?
Yes, I'd taken out all my winter clothing, and it was put in another bag that he supplied.
Yes.
Because it's winter time then.
Yes. So if it was winter time there, why did you discard all your winter clothing, or it was just some of it?
Just the summer clothing was in the case, which was only a skirt, cardigan, and a pair of plastic sandals.
Sorry, you left the summer clothing in the luggage that was left at Amsterdam airport.
Yes, that's right.
Thank you. And you gave some evidence earlier about hiring a car when you got to England.
Yes.
Do you, by any chance, remember the name of the company the car was hired from?
No, because he took me to a cafe, said, stay there, I'll just go, he toggled off somewhere and just got the vehicle, then came back for me.
And was that in Dover?
No, that was in Colchester town.
Colchester, thanks.
Yeah, it was Colchester town.
You gave some evidence earlier about driving around in Sussex and Dover and that region. You recall that?
Yes.
When you were driving around that area with Rick, did you visit a place called Rye, spelled R-Y-E?
I don't recall the names of the places, unfortunately.
I'll just give you a few names and see if you remember any of them.
No.
Hastings?
No.
Winchelsea?
Sorry?
Winchelsea?
Winchelsea, no. I didn't recall that either.
Strandgate?
No.
Or Alfriston?
No, I don't know. I don't recognise any of those names.
And this may be a strange question, but do you remember staying in buildings called Oost houses?
Sorry, Boost?
O-U-S-T houses? Oost houses?
No, I don't remember that either.
They're a sort of building with a brown pointed roof. You don't recall that?
No. No.
Now, you remember Rick called you and said he'd been bashed and all your documents had been taken.
Mhm. Yes.
Do I understand correctly? You still had your passport with you at that time?
That was always on my person. Yes.
And you give evidence in your statement about your cousin helping you book a ticket back to Australia.
Yes.
And that your cousin paid for that ticket.
You did.
That's because you didn't have enough money to pay for it, was it?
I didn't have any money on me.
And how did you feel about your predicament at that time, Rick being in Lille and you having to find your way back to Australia with no money?
A little scared, I suppose, or a little daunted. I wasn't quite sure what to make of it.
And before you left to go overseas, was there ever any suggestion by Rick that you should set up an overseas bank account?
No.
For example, with the Barclays Bank, that doesn't ring any bells?
No.
You gave evidence earlier that when Rick told you he was worth $12 million, you believed him, yes?
Yes.
Now, when you flew to Bali and then Europe, did you fly economy class? Do you remember?
Yeah, it was economy.
And do you remember what the accommodation was like that you stayed in Amsterdam?
Oh, yes, it's in the Ibis Hotel, and it was just a smallish motel room. Just an ordinary. Yeah, it had a bath in it. I remember a bath and the usual bed and TV. Small room.
It certainly wasn't a luxurious hotel, is that right?
No, just plain.
And did that cause you at that time to have any doubts about him being worth $12 million that you stayed in a hotel like that?
No, I didn't think of it. I just took everything what he did, it's just the way he was. It's my thought at the time.
And did you have any input into the places you went when you were travelling with him, or it was all decided by him?
All decided by him.
Now, in the police records of your report to them about the items you said were stolen, it's recorded, I'll just read it out to you. A motive for Rich to steal the items, including the documents, is unclear at this point. However, several scenarios along the lines of using her identification documents for illegal transactions or to assist him to enable another female to assume Ms. Oldenburg's identity for whatever purpose is being considered. Now, were they theories you had about what had occurred or not?
No, just what the police told me at the time.
What their theories were about what had happened?
Well, their theories about changing my appearance, trying to change my appearance to they might have had an accomplice, is what they said. As to anything further, I don't know. But
had you seen anything during your relationship with Rick to support the theory about enabling another female to assume your identity?
I knew nothing. I don't know.
Okay. And was it the case that Rick had deep scars on his shins?
Oh, yes, he had scars on his shins, yes, and from an injury, he said.
Did he ever tell you about the nature of that injury?
No.
And do you recall when you first went to police and reported this matter to them?
Well, first of all, there's a policeman that came to the house and discussed it, and then he went back to the station in Corokai and then called me in because there's a detective that was interested on my case.
So
Yeah.
did you telephone the police first, did you?
I did telephone the police to tell them of fraud, and they came out to the house. I don't know the name of the policeman, but then the Detective Campbell was on the case after that.
And if I said that that might have happened on the 9th of January 2000, does that sound about right?
Yes, I would say, whatever it says in there, because it was all fresh at the time. Yeah, that's good in there, but...
And then the police asked you to come to the Corokai station to give a statement, is that correct?
Yes. And it was... Yeah, sorry, go on.
And is the Corokai police station small or large?
Small. It's a small... It's in a very small township.
And then you gave your statement a few days later on the 13th of January, is that correct?
Right.
And do you know what became of the police investigation?
No. It just seemed to... No, I don't know what became of it in the end. And this is until Sasha Pinaza got in touch with me about it all a couple of years ago, or a year ago, whatever.
So you weren't told, for example, that the investigation had been closed?
No, I wasn't told anything of that nature. Other than... No, just, I don't know whether it was closed or left open or what.
Thank you, Your Honour. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Anything arising, Mr. Castleton?
Not strictly speaking arising, Your Honour. Could I have Your Honour's leave just to ask
Of course.
a series of questions that I had to do in chief? Ms. Oldenburg, Mr. Bloom told police investigators that the keys to your house were buried in the backyard. What do you say to that?
No.
And did you ever retrieve or recover the left luggage that was left at the Amsterdam airport?
No.
Did Rick or Rich ever mention to you frequenting or visiting Grafton as part of his travels or business?
No. Nothing.
Did he ever mention to you as part of his business or travels spending time in Byron Bay,
No,
Burleigh Heads,
no,
Southport?
no,
Do you have any memory today of whether there were any photographs taken of you with Rick West or Richard?
no,
I take it you have no photographs in your possession today of the two of you?
no.
Thank you, Your Honour. Those are my questions.
I just have one question following on from that. Ms. Oldenburg, you mentioned in your evidence earlier that Rick told you that he owned a property near Nimboida with 20,000 hectares of red cedar growing on it. Do you recall that?
Yeah, acres, 20,000 acres.
Sorry, acres.
Sorry.
Did he ever take you there?
No,
Did he ever talk about whether there was a house there?
no,
All right. And anything else about that property that you can remember being told by him?
no.
All right.
That's
Thank
it.
you. Unless there's anything arising from those questions. I thank you, Ms. Oldenburg, for making yourself available today. I know it was a very long time that you had to give evidence for, so thank you very much. I really appreciate it. And you're now excused, so you're free to go.
Okay, thank you all very much too. All right.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you. Goodbye.
Your Honour, that concludes the evidence for this week. Your Honour, this second tranche is next scheduled to commence on Monday the 14th of February at the Ballina Local Courthouse, and the next witness that I will be calling is Diane de Heberberry, followed by Rick Bloom, B-L-U-M.
Thank you, Mr. Castleton. Unless there's anything else, we will adjourn to the 14th of February at Ballina. Does anyone have anything to raise before we adjourn?
Your Honour, could I just raise one thing? It's more of a personal interest thing than anything else.
Yes.
Is it
Can I just
anticipation?
stop, please, Ms. Burke? I don't know what you're going to say, but if it relates to any applications, I'd ask that you not say anything about that.
No, it's got nothing to do with applications.
Thank you.
All I want to know, Your Honour, is there any likelihood as to whether we'll be back to face-to-face hearings on the 14th of February, or will we still be AVL hearing?
Still
Do you
AVL.
have any idea?
Yeah, it's. I think that the date to be reviewed is at the end.
11th?
No, I think it's the 25th of February.
Okay. All right. I thought it was the 11th. I just wanted to double check. Your
I
Honour,
think it's the 11th for the local court, but a little bit, whatever the Friday is in February, the 20th.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Your Honour.
Thank you, Ms. Burke. Thank you, everyone. We'll adjourn until 14th February, Ballina.
May it please the court.
Silence, please all stand. This court is now adjourned.